All right, Pepe, I have loaded again. Let's hope this audio is working in YouTube now. If not, I may just have to scrap YouTube today, but I'll fingers crossed that it's working. Okay, guys. Well, as I wait to see whether or not, fantastic. Thank you, Pepe. Just give me a moment. I have to size the window now. All right. Well, let's get rolling on what's happening this morning. Look at this awful OFAL. Quick look at the markets. Markets are pretty good looking. The start, the SPY is up 3.5 points. Dow was down a little. SPY was down a little. Qs were down a little yesterday, but nothing dramatic. SPY is up this morning so far. So how's this awful doing? OFAL. Seen this one in the past, of course. And is there any news on this one? I don't see any news on it. I know, way back in October of 2025, they approved a share purchase, a repurchase program. I do not see any other news on it, though, today for the OFAL. The news, low float. I don't know where they're out of. Yeah, I'm not sure where they're out of. I don't see a flag. No flag. I don't know where they're out of. Anyway, low float, huge volume. I can't find any news. Maybe somebody's got some news on this one, OFAL. Good news is that it went up, pulled into the VWAP, and now the VWAP acted as great support. And now it's popped again, coming back down. Let's see if the VWAP can act as support for the second time. And if it can keep going, the next high on a weekly chart is $3, and it got above that this morning. So, let's see if it can take out three again. I'm going to put a price alert around 305 for OFAL. See if it takes it out again. Takes it out again. The next high on a weekly chart is around $7. So lots of room to move on a weekly chart anyway. RMCF, the Rocky Mountain Chocolate Factory. Another low float, not crazy low, but low. Trying to see if there's any news on this one. Probably exploring a sale and other options. Okay, that's the news on that one. Take a look at the PLAG. Probably just getting thumped up. Lots of profit taking. I'm just trying to. I'm just looking at. Here's a cheap earnings play, guys. This could be interesting. I mean, it's already up 30%. This is HYLN, just over 5. The next high is 539 on a weekly chart. What did I get to this morning? Got into that area. Put a price alert right there to see if it takes it out again and maybe has a bit of a run, more of a run. I mean, it's up 30% right now on earnings. The next high after that, though, on a weekly chart would be $8.30. So there will be room for it to run on a weekly chart anyway. SPY is continuing its little lift here. No news currently on awful. Okay, thanks, William. Well, this has been super active the last few days, hasn't it? The NBIS, this is the two-time long for it. Had that big run up, the big drop, and now look at this. Wow! So it's up 17%. The stock itself is up 17.5%. This is up 35%. This is a two-time version of it, and plenty of volume. Spread is it's not great, but it's not terrible. Let's see if there's any news on NBIS. Any news? Any news? We're negotiating for $40 to $50 million per megawatt range, and sometimes above. Under this model, dozens of potential partners expressed, et cetera, et cetera. So they're pumping out some news this morning. Beat unknown. Okay, thank you, William. In terms of the HYLN, NBIL is the other one. Oh no, it's right. Yeah, NBIL and NBIG. You can see they're both up the same percent. Who has more volume? NBIL has 2.75, a little more volume, and the spread is slightly better. No, not really. 83.08 now. Let me see what the NBIL is, or the NBIS is. How about the NBIG? Yeah, spread's a little better, not quite as much volume, but the spread is a little better. So right now it's about 9 cents. This is an earnings play, guys. JMIA. This is where they build on, like the Amazon of Africa, as a very broad or general statement. I remember this years ago when it first came out. JMIA. Anyway, it is an earnings play, and it's tying a weekly chart is 665. Yeah, for a few months, this was a crazy one. I don't mean this month. I'm talking about a lot when it first came out. Yeah, I mean this. I remember when this got up to $69, and that is not that's not reverse split adjusted. Yeah, $50. This is when it IPO'd. I think. Boy, it's a long time. Time flies, guys. This was April of 2019, but I remember it not quite like it was yesterday. But I don't. That's time just flies. Oracle, obviously on the move here, guys. So Oracle is up 4.3%. So this is the way you can play it if you thought Oracle was going to continue to move. This is a two-timer. Volume's fine. Spread is penny. Can't get better than that. William, your favorite stock, SMCI. SMCI, I think, didn't they have earnings? Yeah, SMCI had earnings and popped on earnings. A lot of volume. Big moves. I mean, half a billion in the float. 9% move for SMCI. Was it a beat raise, William? Sorry if you posted all that. I'm sorry I haven't read it. All right, guys. Velo is another earnings play. VELO is another earnings play. It's not well. Actually, the volume's pretty good. Pretty good. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Markets continuing to surge here. Little some room on the weekly chart for Velo, VELO. Okay, guys. Wow, 9:22. I was a little late this morning. I know getting started, but let's take a look at the sectors quickly to see what's happening. I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, then click on Dock Channel Bar, and then all these are theme-based channels. Show more. Click down to the sector status. Semis and silver lead the charge this morning. Okay, so the semis are up. That's why I guess Micron, of course, big component. But the semis are up. SMH. Who's down? XLE. Yeah, XLE. Not much, but it is down. So these are the weak sectors. Anything red is below yesterday's close. Anything green is above yesterday's close. So semis are leading the charge so far this morning. Take a look at some of the individual ones from these sectors that we have here. Anybody? Well, here's technology. LRCX is up 5%. Is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. Not bad volume. Expensive stock. CLAC is up. KLAC. I'm pretty sure this has an ETF, a company ETF. GLW. Black Corning. All these technology stocks are really ripping. Anybody bad? CRM. Salesforce must be no, not an earnings play. Thought it might have been an earnings play. CRM weak. Intuit is weak. These are down, running counter to the majority of the stock. Actually, it's not such a big majority. 58% are up, 42% are down. Now look at consumer staples. Consumer staples getting well, 87% are down. Let's take a look at this. Nothing huge. This is Clorox, I believe, right? Clorox, CLX. Nothing huge down, but still, most of the stocks in consumer staple are down. Estee Lauder, mildly up. You see what I'm doing? I'm just trying to check to see. Here's financial. Is this an earnings play? MSCI, no volume, no volume, up 9% on 200 shares. So just kind of seeing what is happening and wow, JKHY, is this an earnings play? No volume, down 17% on 85 shares. How about AIZ? Yeah, no volume in some of these. This is MasterCard. Anyway, that's a quick glance. That's what's happening in pre-market. We're about 5 minutes for the 9:30 open. All right, so Box L. Let's see if there's any news on this one. Box L, BOXL. Don't see any news on it, specific news on it. So Box L, problem is it popped up and then came way back down, still up 63%. But at one point, it was up a lot more, got up to 685, came back down underneath the VWAP, kind of holding under the VWAP right now, and that's the Box L, BOXL. Don't have any news on it. NBIL is just continuing to surge here, guys. Next high, looking left, is 29.57. So about a dollar to the next high. Maybe eyeball that better. 29.71. So a little more than a dollar to the next high for NBIL. Again, the two-time company ETF. Company ETF. Remember when SpaceX was looking like it might take out 130 yesterday, and that would have been a sort of the line in the sand right there, right there. Look at that. But 130, that 130 area held and closed a little bit above it, and now still having a little bit of a run. Put a price alert at 140. Okay, let's take a look at the OFAL, see what it's doing in terms of, okay, there's the VWAP still hanging over the VWAP. VWAP's, it's quite a ways away, about 50 cents away. Yeah, this is great earnings play today for this one. Just unfortunately, it's already up so much. The float, it's a big float, 137 million. That's a massive move, 30% with that sort of a float. It is a big move, and it's done on an earnings spy. Continues to lead the charge. Sorry, leading the charge this morning. Spy's up 4 points right now. The SMCI, yeah, is putting another little surge here. It's time now. 30 seconds to the 9:30 open, guys. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Sometimes I will make an exception in this one. So I've got both versions here now. Okay, the don't repeat. Whoops, don't repeat. And the repeating version side by side, freed up a little space on my other monitor. So here we go. We are now open. Look at HYLN now, guys. Just popped. And Velo, wow, Velo popped too. Another earnings play. Look at the action on the. Oh, there's the HYLN. I mean, this is just. I put a price alert in this area. That was the weekly high right there. I'm not going to chase it right now, but wow, that was a cheap earnings play that is just having a great day so far. This is shortable for me though, in case it runs out of steam. Yeah, OFAL just got halted on the way up. Okay, it was halted on the way up. Okay, let's take a look. Where could this open? So this blue screen I'm displaying here has got nothing to do with trade ideas, everything to do with Interactive Brokers. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the stock, of course, halt price of 270. This call, I'm trying to tell you, give you a glimpse into the future where it could open. Not necessarily will it open there at 275. This number will change over the course of the 5 minute halt. Typically, they are 5 minute halts. So this got halted 34 seconds after 9:30. So if it's going to be a 5 minute halt, it'll open at 9:35 plus 34 seconds. And DGNX got halted for news. Talk about a rocky. Okay, so this is a way to play SMCI cheaper. Okay, there's a two timer. Spread is fine. Two couple of pennies. If you thought SMCI was going to keep moving higher, you could buy this. But remember, you'll get two times the move. So if the stock SMCI moves up 1%, just give me a moment. My keyboard is fading. There we go. Yeah. So if you thought SMCI was going to continue to move, you could buy this one. Just remember though, if SMCI moves down 1%, this will move down 2%. And the good thing is lots of shorts available for this one also. Yeah, I don't really care that much anymore about finding the short company ETF. As long as there's shorts available and it's a decent price. Wow. HYLN got halted. Oh, on the way down. Yuck. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh my goodness. And yeah, a lot of shorts on that one also. 1.69. Wow, that's a that's pretty devastating, really. I mean, all right, so I had a price alert, I guess, for the Scion. This was from yesterday, SYON. Let me get rid of all these ones. And let's see if it's trying to make another little recovery. Again, it got hammered down 2 days ago. So it's a bio, and whatever drug they had, well, basically failed. So it got hammered down. It's above the high of yesterday now, I think. 549. Yeah, the high yesterday was 549. So, okay, so here we're getting our first WXM. So remember now, in yellow, ooh, awful. Oh, awful just opened. Awful just opened. OFAL just opened. So remember, this is the don't repeat. It's going to show me the first time of the alert, first time and price of the alert, and then what happened afterwards over here. Did it get halted again? Yeah, I just got halted again. We're going to have one of these crazy stocks halting all day long on no news that we could find anyway. The news is it's a low float. Don't even know where they're from. All right, RPD. Now, RPD is a potential short here, guys. Had earnings a few days ago, a couple of days, or maybe it was yesterday. Yeah, this was the reaction yesterday. The next low was 11.23, so there's certainly room. Whoa, 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 whoa! Look at the Scion now. This is what I wanted to do yesterday. SION. So it is having a little comeback surge. OFAL is not viable at Interactive Brokers. That's what Kishore is saying. Is that right, Monica? Have you anybody tried to buy OFAL at Interactive Brokers? Has a little bit of room. This AIoT, okay, a little bit of room. Um, I mean, on a percentage basis, if it got close to 335 from 310, that'd be great. But that is the next high looking left for AIoT. I know it is short. It's an HYLN. It's almost like they announced the financing. I mean, let's take advantage of this pop and listen. That is brutal. Had a ton of shorts on that one also. All right, so OFAL is not tradable for those of us at Interactive Brokers. So, okay, Aus, is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. It is moving down. There's a trigger at the alert at 43.19, and the next low looking left is 40. So it's got room. It definitely has some room. I'm trying to make up my mind on this one right now. Okay, if I want to short it, yeah, yeah, I'm not going to right now anyway. Wow, this has been the spread has been yeah, it's not been great. I mean, 84. Well, that's not bad now, but all of a sudden it can widen. It's the volume 642,000. Well, obviously it would have worked, but I got a little afraid of the spread. But obviously this would have worked. Yeah, even this one would have worked. 1242, 1223 now. Remember, anything in yellow is a potential. Wow, this is anything in yellow potential to short. Anything in powder blue a potential to go long. Okay, this is getting a little more interesting. The longer it holds over three, AIoT, the longer it holds over three. Now remember, had earnings, and this was the reaction a couple of days ago to earnings. Yeah, all-time high here, guys. PESI, all-time high for PESI. What's the spread like? Eh, not great. 30-cent spread, but it is an all-time high, and it's an earnings play. I don't know if you saw that one, William, but the spread is not good. All right, SPY is well, the big opening red bar, 9:30. Oops, oh no. You don't see earnings for PESI? Okay, well, again, maybe our August 12th pre-market. What are we now? August 12th pre-market. That's what we are. That's what we have. Makes sense that it is an earnings play because, I mean, it's doing something. But you know what? Ah, here we go. They rescheduled. They rescheduled their second quarter business update conference call. So that's probably, but they were awarded a master IDIQ subcontract by the etc. So there was a press release for PESI. It looks like they've rescheduled it. Question about Roblox. It's been good. I mean, since earnings, it's well, I shouldn't say that. Since earnings, it's been pretty ugly. There was earnings here, and it's just been kind of. So I really don't know what to say about this one. If you're looking to go long, I mean, it's been very choppy already. And if you're looking to swing it, I mean, it's in a downtrend still. So all right, I better put a price alert on this one. Maybe if it gets to the high, 313, maybe I'll have to take a look at it. I just don't like the fact. I mean, this is not. I mean, it's percentage wise, 335. That's far enough away, but will it get all the way there? Well, Monica, wow, did you take this one? Did you take this one? I know you mentioned it earlier, VBIO, and now it's starting to show up here because my minimum is 50 cents in this one. This is the only one that I have less than a dollar. And wow, so this is now halted again. It's gonna be one of those crazy ones that powers to a dollar. Well, OFAL is on the move, and well, rats. We can't buy it at IV, but for those of you who can buy it, this is well, 285, 335 now, and it got halted again. I saw this one coming across the crawl just a little earlier. I should have clicked on it right around here. Look at the BIVI. BIVI. This looks like it's going to get halted. You know what? I may have to take this short. Future fuel. Well, the thing is, though, I mean, it had earnings. Reaction was excellent yesterday. So this might be, yeah, I thought BIVI would get halted. Well, look at this on the monthly chart. 231 is the next high. That's last month's high, and this month back here. When was that? That was back in August of last year. 622. Yeah, above the 200 day. Okay. Another one that just got halted, guys. ZTG halted on the way down. All right, let's take a look at Bivy. Where could this one open? So, in the blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. Interactive brokers, time and sales, 236 the haul price. No big clue as to where it's going to open, though. This column is supposed to tells you where it could open. Oh, good for you, Todd. I think you were in this one, right? The RMCF, good for you. Oh, but wait a minute. Oh, yeah, 173 and it just got halted on the way up. And it just got halted. Well, resumed, then it got halted immediately. So you're in a halt, and it's yeah, here's one of the microns, two-time ETF, and here's the one. If you thought Micron was finally going to go down, you could buy this one, MUZ. Look at the room on a weekly chart, monthly chart. Sorry, but on the daily chart, the next high is very close. Again, this is the two-time. Okay, another one. It's got room, guys. RKLX. This is for Rocket Lab. Okay, RKLB. So this is the two-time. It's got some room. Well, the RMCF is even showing up here in the trend reversals. So remember what this is all about. It's looking for stocks that were down at least 5% the day before and moving higher today. There are other filters in place, but I mean, that's the gist of it. And through the 200-day moving average now. And if it wants to, I mean, there's still room on the. Ooh, now what about this one? I've got to try to take advantage of one of these. GCTS, 268. Okay, I might have to hop into this one, guys. GCTS, it's just above yesterday's high, has room up to here, 260, 271 or so. Certainly plenty of room. Volume is not bad. Seeing if there's any news on this one. Don't see any news. Just it's not a high float, not a low float. Well, as I put a price alert up in this area. Okay, what was the trigger? The alert was at 223. Let's see if it gets back up there. So see if it happens later. Meanwhile, the BIVI just opened, and what happened? Explosion. Yeah. Right, guys. Fiddling around with a BIVI. Okay, not definitely not trading 101 as I call it. Okay, probably just a quick scalp trade for me for a bit. I mean, I just looked at that monthly chart. Look at all the room. I wasn't even sure if we could buy it at Interactive Brokers, but yes. Let's see how that pop helped Todd for the RMCF. Yeah, I mean, there's the alert at 179. That was probably just before it got halted, and it just got halted again. Okay, there's the bivy again. Can it take out three? Rhetorical question. VBIO, a 10-minute halt. Okay, you're in this one still, right? You're looking for maybe. Well, let's take a look and see where. Wow. I mean, you this could be a massive win for you, Monica. I know you were in around the 50 cent mark, maybe even earlier. I didn't see it until 50 because again, my this scan is the only one that has stocks under a dollar. This one, but oh, it just opened. I was just going to say it opened. I was going to sell it. I was going to say it's going to looks like it's going to open over a dollar. Okay, tomorrow, if you do this again with some stock under a dollar, you love them. I know. So maybe it doesn't look like it could take out three. So it was very quick, silly trade I took. But all right, on to the next one. Wow, VBIO. Wow, yeah, was there news on it too? Now this is. I think I do remember you posting the news. Government funded in entolimod. and telemod and whatever that is. It's a therapy. It's a bio. No, it's not a bio. What's an is an apparatus? Therapeutic, whatever. Anyway, it had news. Okay, at least it had some news. That's a massive, massive win for you, and it's halted again. Well, I mean, when the company has, at least it has had some news, okay? And I mean, I know, yeah, news isn't everything, but at least there had to be, if it's running on no news at all, I probably would disregard it. But the fact that it had some news, why YouTube is always dead, Kishore. If you're talking about interacting with other traders, yeah, always come into the main room. I'm talking to Kishore in our YouTube room. What is the volume on? Yeah, I mean, look at the volume. Actually, I mean, the volume is high, but I thought it might have been even 50, 60, 70 million right by now, but because it was so cheap earlier. Okay, guys. Well, it's almost 10 o'clock. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go over my homepage, okay, and see what happens with this VBio when it comes out of its halt. Oh, I know what it is. Just give me a moment. The promo code is no longer good, so okay. Let's see what happened with the RMCF when it came out of its halt. Ooh, on the way down. So I'm glad you got rid of some, Todd. All right, my homepage. Oh no, did I? Oh no. Okay, good. I thought I accidentally deleted the room. All right, so here's my homepage link, and now the promo code is no longer valid at the 25%, so it's back to 15%. Hopefully, you guys took advantage of it. So again, this 25 does not work anymore. It was good for about a week and a half. So you can use Barry 15 if you want to take out a subscription right now. Barry 15 is what is the promo right now. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter if you choose our standard or our premium service. All I ask, please use my code, whatever it is. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room, which is, quite frankly, I mean, it's fine if you just want to hear me and see my screen. But if you are looking for more action, interaction with other traders, you can come into this room right here. It's free. The trading room is free. And a couple of bonuses. It is open during the pre-market also. Um, I should check to see when William was opening this. But around 7 o'clock. But 7 o'clock. Well, let's say 7 o'clock. Okay, 7 o'clock Eastern time, maybe earlier, but certainly usually by 7 o'clock Eastern time in the morning. So if you're looking for a room that you can interact with other traders during the pre-market, come in here. It's free. And if you keep scrolling down a little bit, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. So education, why would you look at that? Well, a couple of reasons. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, click on the more info. So getting started with trade ideas. This is mandatory. This is a software program. So mandatory if you've just taken out a subscription. This is a software program. There's a learning curve, a bit of a learning curve, like any other software program. What we've tried to do, we've got 12 short videos that'll at least get you started. It's not going to make you an expert in trade ideas, but it'll get you started. Now, if you don't have trade ideas, I would start off with and you're wondering if this is the right program for you. This program is maybe not. It's not for everybody. So to find out if it at least looks interesting to you, you should start off with that second video. Go to the end, and if you like what you see, you can always try us for a month. If you don't like it after a month, just unsubscribe. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, click on this free series of videos. There are 15 of them. If you're new to trading. And if you're looking for my scans and races, etc., and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So here's what you can see. You can see. So you can see the biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. Upside versus downside movers is here. Now the daily trend reversals, I've got the two versions. The DR stands for don't repeat. And this is the repeating version. So if you load it from my homepage, this is what you're going to see. You might have to, if you want, you can make an adjustment to it. So if you want, you can see stocks under $1. Okay, because right now, if you load it, you'll only see stocks over $1, over $2. It's up to you. You don't have to do that. So I've got them side by side. Why do I have the DR version? Because I like to see, okay, what happened from the time of the alert. The other change I made for me is I said, okay, I don't mind seeing alerts after 5 minutes into the market. This one I had originally set at 10 minutes. In other words, I didn't want to see alerts right at 9:30. You probably get overwhelmed. Stocks are whipping around too much. So you can make that change too. I can show you how you can make the changes if you want. Let's see, pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Halts resumes is over here, and I have these other scans that you can take a look at. I don't have them up and running, but I do have them for your viewing pleasure. So if you have any questions, both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer in a timely fashion. If I don't answer right away, it may be because I've missed seeing your post, or I may be tied up doing something else. But typically, I can usually get to your questions right away. And I love questions because it helps to keep me interested. Okay. All right. Well, bit of a calm here. I mean, I see GCTS moved a little bit, but doesn't look dynamic enough. How hard to operate shorts? I've been doing only longs. Well, I mean, it's not hard, but you. So I'm talking to Marlon in our in the main room. So you understand the concept of shorting, though, do you? So in other words, if I let's take a look at a stock here. Well, Aus was a good example early, anyway. But you don't understand the concept. So if I thought, you know what, I think this Aus, I think yes, it had a nice little rally here. But if I thought maybe the rally was over, so I could say, okay, I want to short at 45.64. So the idea now is that I hope it goes down instead of up. I mean, that's the idea of shorting. That's where you make your money. Remember, going long, I mean, it's sort of everybody, I think, understands going long. I buy this at 45, 40, 57. I hope it goes up. And if it does, I make money. Now, if it went down, I lose money, right? I sell it and I lose money if it goes down below that price. You just have to flip the script in your head. If I'm going to short this, I hope it goes down. So if I short at 45.61, I hope it goes down. And it's just, and I make money when you cover it at a lower price. So the mechanics of shorting, it depends on your broker. With interactive brokers, I just hit the sell button. I just hit this. So if I wanted to short this OUST, I pick how many shares I want. I pick the price I want to short it, and then I hit the sell, and then I'm in. Assuming now the other thing about shorting is you always have to check to see whether your broker has shorts available. Interactive brokers for me, it has a nice little box that I can always see, tells me how many shorts are available. A stock like this would probably, for most brokerages, there'll probably be lots of shorts available. But sometimes you're going to find that, there's shorts not available. That's the trick. Well, the tricky part in that, let me see if I can find one. Come on, find one that's not available. I don't believe it. I'm checking all these. Well, maybe VBIO. Okay, so for instance, for me anyway, VBIO not available to short. I mean, it says they'll try to find them, but by that time it's over. So you just have to you have to have a way for your broker to tell you, well, are there shorts available to short. But the mechanics of it is just, in your head, you just think, okay, we're going to short this stock. Then what I want is for it to go down. And then say this went down. If you could short this at 117, it went down. And then if I interact with brokers, then I would buy it down here, which is, the term is covering your short position. So I don't know if I helped or hindered you there, Marlon, but so let's take a look at SBCF. Now, do you have trade ideas, Marlon? Well, the program, yeah. Do you have trade ideas? Like, do you subscribe to trade ideas? Okay. What I was going to say is that we have a simulator that you could use, and then you could practice shorting and just the concept of it. Okay. If you had trade ideas, let me just show you what I mean here. going to get you guys won't get that. So for instance, you guys, again, this is an error message I get because of something kind of screwy in my setup, I guess, but you guys will not get that. So I'm going to connect to the paper trader. So I'm in the paper trader right now. So if I wanted to, I'm going to click on a symbol. Let's just say I thought, you know what, it's FXHO. Remember, I'm in the simulator. So I clicked on the symbol. It shows up here. So if I wanted to short it, I would sell it. And I'm going into the market and send it. Oops. Sorry. Do you have to pick a quantity? I'll go 400 shares. Again, this is in the simulator, okay? So I'm going to sell it. And you're going to see a minus 400, for instance, here. That means I'm short. Most brokers probably is going to have something like that, a negative number, which shows you're short. So now I'm already down, okay, because I shorted at 1138. Well, now it's at 1118. So, but I would never do this one, okay? I mean, it's obviously way too whippy. But now at this point, I'm in a loss position because remember, my entry is 1138. I want it to be below 1138 to make money. It's at 1186 right now. So if I thought, well, okay, better get out, just flatten it, and now I'll take my loss. Again, this is in the simulator. But it's just the idea, though. Okay, the idea of understanding that you're short at a price and you just hope it goes down. You see what I did? I sold it to create the short, and then had it. Well, I got out of the same. If it goes against you, moves higher. Well, you got to get out of the. You must have some kind of a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working, and then you buy it. Just think of it. Just flip it in your head. You buy a stock normally, right? Most people, that's what they do. They buy a stock. It goes now, whether it goes higher or lower, whatever you're going to get out, you sell. In a short, you sell it, and then to get out, you buy it. Okay, it's just sort of a. I don't trade options at all, Marlon. So wrong person to ask. I mean, yeah, I mean it's possible, but I don't trade options at all. So what is the recommended screen configuration? Now, I can't tell you about interactive brokers. I mean, that'll be up to you, but a 34-inch ultra wide screen and a 15-inch laptop. Well, I mean, I would use your 34-inch screen. I'm trying to figure out what exactly you mean. I mean, what you're looking at here is a 34-inch, or 32 or 34-inch. But that's there's no sort of recommended. The only recommendation would be on your computer more than anything. I think the more RAM, the better. Okay. Well, I mean, if you're a dedicated screen, not necessarily. I mean, if I'm not going to disclose, I'm not going to show my brokerage platform. Okay. But I mean, if I weren't doing this, in theory, I could have my brokerage platform right here. I wouldn't. I mean, depends what you want to do. I mean, I don't have to have everything this big. I do it because I'm displaying. So I'm trying to make it as legible as I can for people. But in theory, if I were just completely trading on my own, I wouldn't necessarily have to have these giant charts and all. So, I could put my brokerage platform here if I wanted to. But I would want to have trade ideas up and running all the time. I wouldn't want to have it minimized somehow and then have it up and running every time I wanted. So you want trade ideas up and running, but As far as having it, just dedicated to, I don't think you have to. I have other. I mean, here is my. Here's the training room here. In theory, if I didn't have all this, the giant charts that I got, I could in theory tuck it right here. So I guess to answer your question, you don't have to dedicate a monitor completely to trade ideas. No, I used to have three monitors. I'm down to two now. One was flickering and basically it was dying. So I thought, you know what? I know I didn't really need the third monitor. One of the reasons I didn't need it, and this is I don't know if it's important or not, but one of the problems people can have with trade ideas is you try to do too much. Too much meaning you've got so many different types of setups that you don't want to miss. So you have, five alert windows, seven top list windows, all sorts of charts, and you got so much going on that you never get anything done. Okay, because my phrase is you're clicking like mad and getting nothing done, symbol after symbol after symbol. So, I mean, what you see here, that's it. That's what I've got. That's it. And I wouldn't necessarily have to have these giant charts. It's just because I'm displaying for you guys. So consequently, I easily was able to drop that third monitor with no problem at all. Think about having a big house. If you have a big house, lots of rooms, what do we tend to do? Well, we have a lot of rooms. We fill it up. We fill the rooms up. If you didn't have as many rooms, you wouldn't be able to do that. I'm explaining that a little bit, but you mean people that's what people I think typically do. Got a room? Well, I can put stuff in there that I don't necessarily even look at for 10 years, but it's there. You have the space, so you just fill it up. I mean, I was off last week, and one of the things we did, my wife and I, we went through room by room and just started getting rid of junk. And the only reason we had all that stuff in there is because we had the room for it, but we didn't really need it. Anyway, so BRCB, let's take a look at this one. This could be interesting. Where is the next high? It's too close. For me, it's too close. Okay. That 819, that's the next high. That red line, that's the next high. Look at, well, you can see it right there on the daily. And so it's too close for me to take this trade. It should trigger anytime it happens. Okay. So because it's an alert, okay. I think I understand your question. It's an alert. It's like the new high of the day. These are all new highs of the day or new lows of the day. Every time it met all the filter requirements, I would get, and assuming the stock made a new high of the day, like here, okay. Every time it makes a new high of the day, I'm going to see it. So it's not like I'm only going to see it the first time and that's it. So if it's that 25, if it's an alert, if it happens again, you'll get an alert. All your filters have to be met, but it's not like the bottom line is yes. or no, it'll trigger as many times as it meets all the filter requirements all day long. Okay. MMCF? No. Yeah, I see what you mean. This is 163. Okay, there you go. 163. That is your potential open. I think the reason, with the ORB is that there is, it's a good question. Even on the ORB, right? It's a good question because that might even keep triggering. Okay, for instance, if you're using where's the 15 minute? Here's the 15 minute. Okay, so I've never even thought about it this way, but so there's a 9:30. So there's the high right there. Okay, 180. So that's the first 15-minute candle. Sorry, well, right there, I guess. But I get so yeah. If the stock moved above it, you'd get the alert. Now, if it moved back down below it and it popped above the opening range, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it would alert again. That's interesting. I'm not sure. What I'd rather have is to be able to use the count filter. I've talked about this before, and say only tell me the first or the third time it does it. What do you think, Pepe? You think the opening range break will trigger all day long, assuming it moves above, say the opening 15-minute range, and then if it came back down below it at some point, and then it popped up through it again, it only triggers once. Okay. Yeah, but Pepe's saying it likely it would, but you've tried it. Okay, so you've really looked at it because a lot of times when a stock breaks out over its 15-minute range, well, it might keep going. It doesn't mean it's going to keep going for the rest of the day, of course. And then if it drops down below the 15-minute range, maybe it never. I'm surprised it wouldn't trigger again, though. I've never tried it, but you're saying you have tried it because it's an alert. I don't know why it wouldn't trigger again. Yeah, good question. Do you have the don't repeat on by any chance? You know what? Okay, just out of curiosity, then. I'll try it tomorrow. Make a like a 1 minute opening range break, which could happen. No, I'm wrong. I may try it tomorrow just to see. All right, guys. Now, eToro could be interesting. Look at this one. So it had a little drop, a little pop into the wave, and now the drop again. This is not an earnings play. It was an earnings play yesterday. Okay, and what happened? So it got hammered down yesterday, and it's sort of a continuation down on earnings today. This could be interesting. The next low, wow, look at that. Look at that monthly low right there. 2864. So it's a little bit below that. The next low on the monthly chart is 24, way below, way below. This could be interesting, guys. It's below that low right there, 2864. It's a fairly low float, 30 million in the float. And this could be just a second day continuation off earnings down. Oh man, I wish I still had the bivy. I'm looking at bivy now, BIVI. I should have kept watching this to see. I mean, it had a pullback down to 274. I usually would put a price alert if it popped over three again. And man, that really popped over three again. Okay, wow, that's so the bivy really, and it hasn't really given it up at all. Okay, it hasn't had like a massive drop. Okay, guys, I'm going to go over the race. I haven't gone over the race for, I think, well, it was gone last week, but here's that SION. Yeah, I feel like I've missed this one. I should have had that price alert set there, and then I got slightly. No, here we go. So, yes, the opening range breakout can repeat if the conditions for the breakout or breakdown continue to occur. So, I'm not doubting you, AB Kirk. I'm not doubting you. If you say you've really rigorously taken a look, but it's supposed to. I wouldn't understand why it wouldn't work. It's an alert, a real time alert, as long as the conditions are met, your other filter values are met. So I mean, is it possible? Would it be possible that when you think you should get the next trigger, that some of the that some of the values are not met? For instance, do you have the relative volume filter? Just out of curiosity, using in that scan. Okay, NBIS. Okay, let's take a look at NBIS just out of curiosity. So what are you using the relative volume filter? Just out of curiosity. Okay, only one time. Oh, okay. Well, that. And what time frame are you using on the opening range break? 5, 10, 15, 1, 2. What are you using? Why don't you, just out of curiosity, because I know what I can do. Why don't you, if you don't mind, putting the cloud link in, or maybe I could try this. Just give me a moment. What? Don't tell me I accidentally deleted that. Pepe's probably got it. I'm looking for my stocks like this template. I can't believe I would have deleted it. I might have deleted it accidentally or something. I know Chris has it, so I'm going to ask Chris for it. I'll come back to that, okay? Because what I'll do is I have this. It's an alert window and with a bunch of filters on top and columns, and then I just say, okay, I can type in NBIS, but this time I'll use the opening range break as the alert and just see what happened. Can't believe I would have deleted it. I've had it for years. I knew Pepe would have it. Just give me a moment. I just have to. So this is what I'm talking about. Hmm. Give me a moment. How about a 5 minute? Let's try that. Oops. I got to add the alert. Here we go. Okay. So on a 5 minute, it appears right here that's the only time it did it. On a 5 minute, anyway, according to this. Now, I'd have to take a look at NDIS. And if you're using a relative volume of 1, so that would not have prevented it. Um, and obviously, if it triggered at all, the volume would have been fine. Everything else, what other filters might you have? All I'm trying to do is figure out if there's some filter that the filter requirements were met, and then they weren't met later on for some reason. But let's take a look at NBIS just out of curiosity. Where's the 9:30? There's the 5 minute. Yeah, Pepe. I mean, look at this. I mean, here's your 5 minute high right there. Okay, 228. Okay, so right there, you would have got an alert right there, but then it dipped down below that high, and so he might be right, unless because I'm looking at a 5 minute. Or have I done something wrong? I mean, I'm trying to, yeah, because obviously it took out the 5 minute several times. Now, save it. Thank you, Pepe, as always, for having it. Guys, look at SpaceX now, guys. SpaceX. Over that 140. And so, that's the high of yesterday. So if you thought SpaceX was going to continue, you could buy this one, SPCH, a lot cheaper, plenty of volume, spread is fine. If you thought SpaceX was going to continue, you could buy this one. I'm not saying to do it, okay? I'm just, if you had an idea to do something like that, if you have some resolve that SpaceX is going to continue going. Okay, guys. Well, okay, here's Socket. Now, Socket, SCKT. See if this one has any. Oh, man, look at the room it's got, guys. 276 is the next high on the daily chart. Man, you're right. YouTube is just dead. Absolutely dead. I mean, I'm getting to the point where I don't even want to have YouTube up and running. I mean, there's nobody going to be in there. and I shouldn't say that. I mean, there could be people there just listening and they don't really care about conversing at all if they're traders. So it looks like Dan is going to do his thing, not taking over my stream. It looks like he's going to be doing his thing again. It's Wednesday. It is Wednesday, yes, between 12 and 1 Eastern Time. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, has been doing a YouTube stream between 12 and 1 on many Wednesdays. He was off the last three. Was on vacation. So, yeah, I suppose, Pepe. I suppose. From here, you mean from here, from this room? Yeah, I suppose. So anyway, I will. Pepe usually gets me the link because he doesn't take over my YouTube stream. He starts his own. So usually around 10 to 12, we get a link. So it's your opportunity to ask the CEO of Trade Ideas questions. Jefferson, I knew there'd be people there. Hello, Jefferson, in our YouTube room. Yeah, I mean that's not a bad move. 159 to 171. I didn't take it, but okay, good. Talking to Jefferson, learning, getting ready to sign into Trade Ideas again. Nice to hear. So I am going to go over the race. Probably his pep talk. It was scary when Dan used to show up every now and again in the room, and then he'd forget to turn off his mic. I mean, I've done the same thing, maybe not quite as bad as he, and he doesn't know. And we're yelling at him, Dan, 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 you're still live. You're on the mic, and he's yelling and on a phone with somebody. Dan. Okay, the race. So the concept of racing, it may not be for everybody, but I'll go over this concept of racing. Okay, so let me first of all get my homepage. The only reason I'm doing this is because I just want to show you the reference to the homepage or to the race. So if you click on my homepage link, oops, what happened there? Give me a moment. Okay, click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit until you see the education section right there. Click on the more info, and at the top here is our user guide. And if I've expanded this enough, no. So right here, TI stock racing, okay? So this is the reference. Everything I'm going to be talking about, you can find in here. So again, everything is customizable. Everything I'm going to say is customizable, including the fact that I'm running a 4-minute race, okay? You can pick whatever time frame you want. I'm running a 4-minute race. And so what does that mean? So this race started about 2 minutes ago. So what does this mean? This the BQ 24%. That means that since the race started, BQ has moved 24%. See if I can I just click on it. Yeah, you can see. I mean, you can see the move it's made. So that's what that percentage refers to. That percentage refers to what it's done today. Overall, that's 53%. Okay, that's what it's done from the close of yesterday. But this is what it's done since the race started. And what happens is automatically built for you is a top 10 list of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So how to use this? Well, if you see a stock at the top here, sure, click on it, see what's happening. No fair, Monica. If I have to stay, you have to. Good job on the VBIO though. Tomorrow, if you point out one early enough, I might take a look at it and see what happens. So a top 10 list created for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races, okay, over the course of the day. Now, you don't have to wait for a race to be over, just like I did. You don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on a stock. You don't. It doesn't have to be even at the top. I mean, here's socket. Click on this one. See what's happening. Many times, it's not just that the stock is near the high of the day. A stock could have pulled back. It could have pulled back, and then it's starting to move. Okay. Remember that it doesn't. The stock doesn't, or this race doesn't matter where it is, as long as it's moving the most since the race started. So you can see that socket won the last race, and so now it has won two races. So if a stock has won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. These are stocks that are going to be probably pretty active all day long, like the Bivy. So here's the Bivy. You might have looked at this and gone, well, it looks like it's hard to see the VWAP here. Well, the VWAP's around $3. Okay, so it's at just underneath the VWAP right now. You might look at that and go, okay. If you're a bit of a VWAP player, you take the trade, you put your stop, a little bit underneath the VWAP, and you see what happens. I'm not saying to do that, but that is, that's a style of trading for many people, trading around the VWAP. But you won't know until you click on it. Let's take a look at the box L. What's happening? So, that one is way under the VWAP, but you don't know until you click on it. It could have been the same sort of thing as the other one, as the Bivy. It could have been moving down, and maybe the VWAP, that purple line, maybe that was going to act as support. Popped off a little bit. You take the trade, put your stop a little under the VWAP, and see if it works. Or it could be a moving average. I mean, the VWAP is one, but if you have any experience trading and you have a moving average on your chart, some of you like to see stocks moving into the moving average, seeing if it holds, okay, and then take the trade. All sorts of different trading styles, of course. Okay, sorry about that. So, so that's sort of the idea behind the racing. It's going to create this watch list for you. Basically, it's a watch list for you. So even if you're new to trading, this is a good idea because then it gets you to concentrate just on a few stocks. But even if you have a lot of trading experience, it's kind of interesting. It creates a watch list for you that you can concentrate on all day long instead of looking at all sorts of different symbols and just figuring out a way to trade them. So why are these stocks showing up though? Look at the BQ just ripping. Why are they showing up? All races start from a top list window. Okay, so if I right click in the body of this, notice there's an option that says open top list. So if I right click in this top list window, notice there's an option that says launch the real time stock race. So again, all races start from a top list window. Why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? Well, if I click on configure, this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stocks that are priced between 1 and 50. 200,000 shares minimum have traded. They're up at least 2% from yesterday's close. If a stock meets those filter requirements, it's going to show up in this list of stocks. Okay. So hopefully it's starting to dawn on you. You could create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and launch the race based on that. This just happens to be what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. And then what I've done is I've sorted on the C%, which is the change from yesterday's close. You can sort on any column header you've got in a top list window. So I sorted on it. And so BIVI is up 139%, BQ 82%. These are why these are so active here, because these stocks, the box out, these are why they're active here, because these are stocks that are being followed probably all day long by people. Why not? Stocks up 142%, you're going to get a lot of following. If I want to sort on the change from the open, it's opening trade of the day. I just double left click, and Bivy is also up the most, 129% from its opening trade of the day, etc. So it's all well and good. You can still use a top list like this. It's a classic use of a top list window before we had racing, and you can still use it like this. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 10 minutes, things like that. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. But what the race does not care where it is in this list of stocks. All the race cares about is in the list of stocks, what's moving the most percentage wise. So again, because these stocks are so widely followed right now, you're going to get the bivvy all day long near the top. But that doesn't mean that some stock down here, Xena, we've seen Xena quite a bit in not recently, but Xena used to be a super active trader. Xena is up 4.7%. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, Xena really started to move? Yep, it's up 5%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list. How would you know? Well, that's what the race does for you. Now, again, the race does not care where the stock is in this list. It just cares in the list what's moving the most. Okay? So that is the concept of racing. And that, because a lot of people say, well, you know what, I don't want to see a stock that's already up so much. Well, that's where this could help. The stocks are, they got to be up at least 2%, but maybe some stock down here all of a sudden, for whatever reason, just catches a bid, and you'll start to see it moving up. So again, all of this is in the guide, including how to, I'm running a 4-minute race. That's what I picked a long time ago when the concept of racing was created by Trade Ideas. But if you want to run a 5-minute race or a 3-minute race or a 10-minute race, that's up to you. So when he said was halted, okay, let's take a look at Wendy's. Wendy's halted on the way up. Yeah, on buyout news. Well, the Financial Times is reporting that Tryon is preparing a takeover bid for Wendy's. Okay, Nielsen Peltz's Tryon Fund is assembling a group of co-investors. People are familiar with the matter, told the Financial Times. Okay, well, it may not happen. It may be, I wouldn't call fake news quite yet, but as opposed to something that said traders circulating, you know, news that something might happen. This could be a real sleeper. Again, this got hammered down on earnings. We talked about this yesterday, I believe. I love this scan. I love it. Okay. I love the concept of it, finding stocks that were hammered down one day and then they're moving higher, or the reverse, a stock that, you know, went high the day before and then moving down today. The problem can be if you look at the KLX as an example, this got hammered down because it was an earnings play yesterday, and the market reacted horribly to it. I mean, it was down a big percent yesterday. So yes, it's having a little bounce, but for all the reasons it went down, they're still there. Okay, it was an earnings report, and the market didn't like it. So sure, there's a little bit of a bounce here. I much rather see stocks that, especially if we get big market days, either big down days or big up days, where stocks say on a big down day, most stocks will probably be down, not because there's any specific reason that they're down, like they didn't have earnings or it wasn't bad news. It's just that overall market conditions, so stocks started selling off. And then the next day, maybe there's a rebound. Those are the ones that I absolutely love because there's no bad news baked into the stock. It didn't move down the day before because it had bad news specifically. It was just overall market conditions. So that's why I'm somewhat reluctant on these ones. Just because it's having a little bounce today. But look at the Scion. I mean, the SION. I mean, that's a classic. Horrible news. This showed up in the scan yesterday, but it didn't really do anything, and it showed up today, and it is starting to move a little bit. But this one got hammered down on horrible news for it. I mean, imagine a $51 stock opening, and this was on that's Monday. So Friday afternoon, Friday, looks pretty good. The stock looks decent. You have a nice weekend. You wake up Monday morning, and you're in this stock, and you wake up Monday morning, and it went from 50 to 5. Boy, I haven't had a chance to look at anything in our AI data. Now, I noticed that the AI is a suggested short of RMCF. I could not have done it. There were no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for RMCF. Whatever works for you, PJ. Not looking at news at all. Yeah, whatever works. I have no problem looking at the news just to see if there's anything could be interesting to sustain a move, or but if you don't look at news and it works for you, great. Okay, guys. Let's see. BQ just got halted on the way down. Bivvy's got that look about it. The look about it in that because it's got all this room on the monthly chart, certainly on the monthly chart, that if this hangs around this area, over three and just kind of chops around later on in the day, if it took out that high right there, this could go on one of those late day runs because it really hasn't given up much. But it's holding. It's certainly. There's the VWAP. Is that 304? It's hard for me to see it here. There it is. Three. So this VWAP is a little bit different from this one because this VWAP has also takes into account pre-market volume, which I think is a good thing, but not everybody agrees. We've had days where a stock has won like 30, 40 races. Okay, I don't know what's going on with this one. I mean, it looks like was this trading in the pre-market? NPDY. Looks like it just started trading. I don't know what's going on with this one. I can't tell whether this is an IPO. Doesn't look like it. I doubt it is, but let me. You know what? Just going to check my not the economic calendar, but the IPO calendar. Yeah, I don't see it here. It's something strange going on. Maybe it was a SPAC that turned into it, or I don't know. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:05. So in about an hour, a little less than an hour, Dan will start his. I just want to confirm it. I know. I think Steve told me yesterday that it looked like he was going to do it, but I just want to confirm it. Steve at Trade Ideas. He's just telling. Well, he posted. Yeah, Dan is definitely going to do it. Okay, so the opportunity to ask the CEO of Trade Ideas questions. Now this one, this is from our AI. AI is not having what I call a great day today. Had a great day yesterday. But we have a reentry now. This one was a fantastic reentry play yesterday. The QMCO, and I mean, and it was an earnings. It was an earnings play post market, so it's an earnings play yesterday. Yes, and look what it did. It closed near the high, which is always a good sign. Well, you have to back this monthly chart out to see where the next highs are. 24.48 is the next high. That was back in March of last year. It's just over the VWAP. Interesting, guys. Really interesting. This one over the VWAP and just around the whole number. Spread is not great. It's 81.95, but not great. I think what I'm going to do, I don't need this to be as giant as it is. So this is the exercise I do at the end of the day. Usually, I want to see, okay, here's the first alert for the in the trend reversals. What happened from that? There's the 935, 486 opportunity to short it. 486 is still there. So I look at this and go, well, maybe later on. I mean, it's got room. I mean, 354, and are there? But there are no shorts available. And this is what I mean. There are no shorts available. I might have looked at that anyway and said, "Oh, too bad, no shorts available." At Interactive Brokers, and remember, when I say no shorts available, I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. So somebody asked the question a little earlier, Marlon, I think, about shorting. So it is really broker by broker. So somebody might be sitting there and say, "Well, I have Interactive Brokers, but maybe somebody has E Trade or TradeStation or certainly Centerpoint, some of the ones that really specialize in having shorts all over the place, and they may go, "Well, I've got shorts." Okay, well, I can only speak for my broker. Todd, good job on the whatever that one was. The RMCF that has won 10 races. Meanwhile, look at Bivy now. Look at Bivy now. So, all bets off as we speak. Doesn't mean later on. So later on, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a price alert a little bit. Now the moving average, or sorry, the view app is a changing number all day. But I'm going to put a price alert in this area now, which see if it gets back over there, which would more than likely mean it's over the VWAP again later on in the day. Well, Wendy's making a new high here. This was a great one. I didn't take it. This was a great one. Socket 159, 198 now. That's a great one. That's a great percentage move. Understand, if you have this, you can't wait for me to say, yeah, take this trade or don't take this trade. I mean, this is the reason I have these scans available for everybody is that you can watch on your own these, if you just load them. What do I think about BQ being halted on the way up? It was halted on the way down before, wasn't it? On this move down. Well, it just came out of the halt. I mean, obviously, another one. It's just got a ton of room. If you look at a monthly chart, where's the next high? So you've got a high of 211, which is pretty close. Okay, you've got a high of 211. That's back in looks like January. So that's pretty close. Takes out two. If it takes out two, then the next high on a monthly chart. I mean, I'd have to back out on a weekly chart, but the next high is 347 on a monthly chart anyway. So taking out two would be pretty interesting. But you'd be chasing it, of course. Boy, Bivy is really giving it up. I wonder if they're doing a midday financing. I mean, that is really that is a tremendous sell off now. That's a tremendous sell off. So I can almost forget about the fact that it might. That's why I'm saying it. I don't know for sure that it would have a late day move, but this is a pretty dramatic sell off now, and just got halted on the way down. Oh, I have no idea. If you're going to hang around, Gregory, this is in our YouTube room. If you can hang around for 45 minutes, the CEO of Trade Ideas is going to be. I'll be able to give you a link. He's going to start his own YouTube stream, and he's going to go over the money machine probably at length. I don't use it. I don't use the money machine, and I have no idea who the avatar is. I mean, the money machine works in this fashion. I mean, you'll have a top list window. I guess now you can even have an alert window. And it when it first started, it would take the top three stocks in your top list window and trade them, and then get in and out of trades all day long. But Dan will be able to explain it way better. I can't use the money machine because it requires constant attention, and I can't do that and do this at the same time. And it also requires a broker that has zero commission, which I don't have in Canada. Okay, so I could never really use the money machine even if I wanted to. But Dan will be, again, in about 45 minutes, he'll start a YouTube stream and he's going to go over it at length. Okay. And it's still not live. Okay. You can only be used in simulation mode. I mean, it's been, boy, it's almost 2 years now. But I'm sure he'll shed some. Yeah, so like Ozzy's he's in our other room. He's 42 trades so far. He's done in simulation mode. Okay, simulation. So that's why you need a commission free broker. Okay, guys, let's see. I want to see if I can get into it. Well, Monica's not around anymore, but IMTE. This is again. This is the only scan that I've got that has stocks under a dollar. Up 22%. Let's see if they have any news at all. No. You know, this NN was a pretty active one yesterday, guys. I know about it because I thumbnailed it. So let's take a look at this NN. Very choppy, but maybe, I mean, it's over the VWAP now. Um, this was an earnings play. Actually, it's an earnings play today. That's right, post market. So this is an earnings play today. So actually, not a big reaction. August 11 post market. Yeah, this is interesting because it had a big day yesterday ahead of earnings. You know what? I'm not sure this is an earnings play, guys. I'm looking at my interactive brokers. Normally, it would our provider has it as an earnings play after hours yesterday. Yeah, it looks like it is. How can maybe I didn't scroll down far enough. Yeah, I didn't. I'm sorry, I didn't. They released after hours yesterday, so there it is. It is an earnings play. And if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about when I talk about an earnings play, for me, any company that released after hours the day before or this morning is an earnings play. It's just that it's funny because ahead of their because this is yesterday's candle, but they hadn't released earnings until after hours. Nice new feature pop-ups directly under the charts, e.g. halts, new highs. What are you talking about, Burke? Directly under the charts. You're not talking about this. You're not talking about this where you get a little pop-up that's telling me a new 15-minute high, for instance, and it'll be a scroll eventually. Oh, okay. Well, it's not really a new feature. It's been there for a long time, quite a while. But if it's new to you, great. The reason I don't use it is that I'd like to be able to control it a little bit better. In other words, maybe I don't care. I mean, a new 15-minute high, not bad, but you get a lot of things that it'd be nice if you could control exactly what you want to see. Because it is random what it picks for you. But for some people, look at that bivy. Holy smokes! I cannot. Here I was touting that it might have a late day run. Dan is today, yes. And Wendy making new highs. Every time I see WEN here making a new high, I really like. I mean, maybe I'm the only one. I really like the presentation of this. This is just a old style ticker, and you see it in red. That means it's making a new low. You see it in green. It's making a new high. It's basically taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. And I am sharing it. Look at KWeb here, guys. That's the China ETF. So So just to show you what I'm talking about, if I click on the configure, green data, red data. If I click on configure, this is what it's looking at. So this works in the pre-market, works in the post-market. Okay. So my trigger, a new high, these are all real-time alerts. So if the stock meets all these filter requirements between 50 cents and $30, I thought I upped that. I thought I upped it to 50. I'm going to do that now. Maybe I didn't save it. Stock between the volume has to be at least 300,000 shares. Now, here's where it gets interesting. The stocks with a volume in the last minute is 300% of normal. And it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. And the number of alerts, and so the number of either new highs or pre-market highs, or because we're not in the post-market now, has to be at least 25. Okay, these are very active stocks. Um, and the 300% are normal. What is interesting, especially when you see the stocks coming through in the afternoon, you can see a stock that is done, not much, and then all of a sudden you'll see a big volume bar in the afternoon, which means the volume is really picked up. So if you can sort of think about what this is doing, and then it's running off against this one. You flip what can be flipped. So I can flip a new high to a new low, pre-market lows or pre-market highs and post-market highs flipped here. I'm going to change that price range also to 50. And this can be flipped. The price has to be down 2% from yesterday's close. So it's Matt, you're just taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. So I could have this, just as two alert windows side by side. It would be the same idea, but I kind of like the idea of the ticker. Just another way to present the data. So you could do things like if you had a favorite sector, maybe the energy sector, run the stocks off against each other, ones that are up versus the ones that are down. I don't really pay too much attention to the cylinder. Obviously, the 100% green means that there's everything that's coming by right now, and I restarted it. Okay, and then now you're starting to get some red because there's some red showing up. That's what this percentage refers to, and this is kind of the rapidity of the alerts. But I don't really pay that much attention to anything up here. In fact, there was a time where all I did was this. I just shrunk it because I didn't really care that much about all this. A lot of people call this the worm. Looking at the overall market, you can use this for large cap, sort of getting a feel for the sentiment of the market. What like are more stocks moving higher versus more stocks moving lower? Well, that was the one, guys. There's no question. This is probably the best one from here. And you know what? I might have to take this AIoT just because it's got all that. It's got a little. Well, it's got a little bit of room. 336. So just give me a moment. I just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. Relative volume is not bad, 3.4. That means it's trading 3.4 times normal up to this time of day. It's a big float. So, that's the other thing. It's probably not going to be super dynamic. Well, people call it the worm. I don't know why it's called the worm. The compare count window. If you're talking about that other one, I don't have it. I don't have what you're talking about, like a comparison of large cap stocks versus moving up versus moving down. I don't have that one, but it's easy enough to create. I mean, you can just who might have it? Steve might have it. Just give me a moment, okay? Well, this is on my homepage. It's called upside versus downside movers. That's on my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, just click on my homepage link and scroll down to the scan section and right here, okay? Sorry, upside versus downside movers, okay? And I actually like it a lot. Again, it works in the post market, pre market, post market. You can see a lot of times especially if you're using it in the pre market, you can see a lot of the ones that are really moving. Boy, Wendy's is, continuing. Now, here's another thing. If you load any one of my scans, for instance, if you loaded this scan right now, talking in general, biggest gainers from the start of the race, and you load it and you say, well, wait a minute, I must have done something wrong because I don't have that top 10 list. So your top 10 list will be built starting from when you open the race, okay? When you loaded the race. So right now it's 11:29 a.m. Eastern time. That's when your top 10 list will start to being built. I loaded this at around 8 o'clock Eastern time. So that's why it works in the pre-market. So don't think you've done something wrong. Same thing with the halts resumes. You load it, you're not going to see all the original ones. You're just going to see probably the last one. The trend reversals, you'll only see the last ones. So don't think you've done something wrong. So obviously, if you want your race to start in the pre-market, let me know if anybody's interested in the race, because you're going to have to make, and you do want it to run in the pre-market. I'm going to have to show you something. Because when I put it on my homepage, I would actually said, you know what, I want this to start at 9:30. Because you can pick, and you can pick whenever you want your race to start. You can start when you load trade ideas, or you can say, you know what, I don't see anything in the pre-market, so start it at 9:30. You can do things like that, which is what I did. But now I want it to run in the pre-market. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Well, Burks, as you've probably heard me say many, many times, the first halt can be okay. In other words, a stock gets halted for the first time. Most of the time, there's a pop when it comes out. Most of the time, not all the time, of course, but most of the time. And that's the only time I quote unquote play halts resumes. See if I can find more recent one. Yeah, there's so many. I mean, awful's been is awful. It's been halted 15 times now. Okay, so for instance, WCT. This is the first halt of the day. So this is sometimes what I do. First of all, I want to check to see what sort of room it's got. Okay, sometimes what I do. So You can see right there, there's the halt price, 135. Here is the potential open. If when it opens a little bit underneath the 135, like not at one, but I sort of play it by ear, maybe, even open at 130 or 125 or something like that. And then it popped through the halt price. Many times I will take that trade. Or if it opens above, say it opened at 140 and then it came down below that 135 and then almost immediately it popped through that 135. Well, I can't take it during the halt, right? I can't take it during the halt. I can't do anything with it right now. Well, I don't know if it's halted. I mean, you've heard me say every now and then I'm in a halt, not because I wanted to be in a halt. I can't control that. Maybe I get into this trade right there and then it just zips higher. But I didn't know it was going to get halted. Okay, and then many times I have been in a halt, and it's a bit of a sweat, because you never know what's going to happen when it comes out of the halt. So again, if when it comes out of the halt, it drops down a little bit below that 135 and then pops through it, many times I'll take it. Or if it pops a little bit above the 135, then comes down a bit and then pops through it, many times I'll take that trade. Okay? This is not a recommendation to do the same thing. But I'm not playing halts in the way you think, Poe, or anybody else. I don't know the stock's going to get halted. I could have been in this one down here at 113 saying, great. And then all of a sudden zips up and it gets halted. I wasn't playing it thinking it was going to get halted. And I only do this for the first halt. So you can see this is the first halt of the day. I don't do it, after that, I don't really, I don't do it. I don't use that sort of, call it a strategy. Yeah, Nokia is one I've never traded. It's such a huge float. It just generally doesn't move that much. I mean, I have to admit, I mean, that's a big move, for it. But if you're wondering, like, I'm not sure what the question is. I mean, why is it just hanging around? I don't know. But I mean, what time is it now? The 7:40. There's the 9:30 bar. Move down. 10:18 up here. Yeah, I mean, it's never been an interesting one for me. Yeah, and that whole thing about the halts resumes. I mean, that's nothing. It was just something that when we got the halts resumes as an alert window, I don't know, 5 6 years ago. I haven't had it for. That's just something I was noticing. I don't think you're ever gonna, you're not gonna go on YouTube and see and find find that strategy if you want to call it a strategy. I don't think anyway. It's just something that I think I noticed and it seemed, and so I tested it for a bit, not back testing, but just sort of in the simulator or just saying, okay, what if I took that trade? And it seemed to work. So I thought, okay. So if it's going to come out, it's going to be, if it's a 5 minute halt, it's going to come out in about 10 seconds from now, if it's a 5 minute halt. So let's see how it opens. Yeah, so can't do it. Can't do it. I'm not chasing it. Would have been awesome if that had just gone down a little bit below the 135 and then did this, I'd be in it. but I'm not. So I'm not going to look at this and now I'm not chasing it just because it came out of the halt and it popped. Of course not. I'm not chasing it. So I just have to say, okay, I have to stick to my call it a rule, if you will, of how I trade halts, and now look at it. But that would have been a beautiful quick trade, percentage wise. Okay, guys. Well, we're getting close. About 20 minutes. I'll be taking off for about an hour. Dan Merkin will again. So those of you on YouTube, he's not taking over my feed. Okay, so when I get the link, I will post it in YouTube. Of course I'll post it in the main room too. So if you got any questions for the CEO, can't guarantee he's going to answer them all, but if you've got any questions for the CEO of Trade Ideas, now's your opportunity. Not quite now, about 20 minutes from now. Yeah, it's good to be back on nuclear. It took me Monday was it's always tough, always rough for me after being off to get back into the market. As crazy as that sounds, but I feel like I'm back in the swing of things again. Boy, look at that SpaceX. So SPCH, how do I know? I have that one thumbnail, so that's why. So again, very. I mean, this trend is up. You're not talking to me. You're talking to Dan. Or what, Dan? Yeah, Dan. This is yeah. He was. I think he was in I believe Italy for a couple of weeks, and then last week. Well, I was off, and I don't know why he didn't do a live stream last week, but all right, guys, I'm back. William tried to invade Spain. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to take my break pretty soon, so I'm probably not going to. I don't want to enter anything new. The SMCI. I know William hates this one, but SMCI had earnings, and I mean, boy, it's got that little move here. A little move. It's right at the VWAP. For those of you who play the VWAP, it's right sitting on the VWAP. We could go either way, of course. So if the VWAP acts as a rejection, you could short it. But if it gets a little bit more above it, you take the trade, put your stop at the VWAP, and you hang on, see if it works. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm now back for another 15 minutes or so. William was here in the morning, yes. Don't know how much more room. 9:45. I'm not sure how much more room. Well, actually, what am I saying? It's got a lot of room on a weekly chart. Sorry about that. Yeah, so it does have some room. Okay, guys. So WCT now it doesn't mean I'll never play WCT. It doesn't have to, but now it came back into the VWAP. I'm not going to do anything now because I'm taking my break, and it's 2.7 million in the float. It's going to be very, very volatile. But you can see if you can see, it's kind of hard to see, but that purple line, that's the VWAP, and you can see that it came into it. closed a little bit, or didn't close below it, closed above it, came into it again, and the VWAP is trying to hold it. And if it did hold it, I mean, you look left and all that room, 393 on the weekly chart anyway. 174, that high right there. So 174, that weekly high, it's right there. Boy, look at, I almost did it, but almost doesn't count. But SPCH. Somebody in this room had, I think, SpaceX at around 145. I don't know if they held on, but it's at 142 now. What a what a move, since they what? We've got a clone of Pepe. He was having a problem though, so let's make sure that is the right one. Okay. Okay, I'm going to post it in, this is in YouTube, okay? The below link, I haven't got it. I want to make sure that is the link. Oh, okay, forget that comment. Man, typing. Okay. So for YouTubers, Dan is not going to come into the YouTube room. He's going to create his own stream. And we think that could be the right link. All right. That is the link. Okay. Thank you, RC Bremen. So he hasn't started yet. I'm just looking. He hasn't quite started yet, but that is the link. Okay. So for YouTubers, you have to go there. He's not going to take over my stream. Okay. Well, I just posted the link, Greg, just above where you said not seeing a link. I just wanted to make sure that was the right link. When you say no sound, hopefully you're not talking about me. If you're talking about the link, he hasn't quite started yet. So when you say no sound, RC, you're not talking about me, no sound, right? You're talking about the link. Like he hasn't. I don't think he's quite started yet. Well, first of all, okay. So you're not talking about me. All right, guys. Well, I'll put my announcement up here. I'll be getting set to take my break. My tool is not working. I might have to do a, just give me a moment, okay? The Epic pen that I use for all, okay, let's see if it's going to work now. Okay, there we go. Okay, so on a break, back around 1 p.m. ET. Oh boy, and you know what? The Wendy's had a great reentry. I'll be doing my video on that. Okay, look at the reentry we had here. So Wendy's 8:55 was the entry. It hit the stop at 8:29, and then it got back halfway between 8:42. You are welcome, Gregory, if you're still listening to me in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, I think so. I'll probably be back a little bit before 1 o'clock, but I might as well take my break now. And actually, I'll give it another couple of minutes. Okay, this one, CEPL. Why am I picking on this one? Just over the whole number. There's the VWAP. So a lot of people will look at that and go, maybe the VWAP will act as a bit of a magnet. So we're sitting at $8 right there, and there's the VWAP, 830, 840 or so. Some might look at that and go, okay, take the trade and see if we can get close to the VWAP. It may stall it right there, but that wouldn't be a bad move, 30-cent move. Just an idea. Okay, these are just ideas. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. Another easy come, easy go, guys. I mean, look at the socket all the way up to 217, and then boom, into the VWAP. Now, maybe the VWAP will hold it. Maybe. Okay, guys, I think I will take off now. So we'll see you in about an hour. I'll mute myself in both rooms right now. All right, guys, I'm back. Dan is probably still talking, but I thought I'd come back a little bit earlier. Yeah, so I was actually looking at this GMRS, and it might do something. I mean, the alert was at 1305. It's still there. The only issue I had when I started really examining it is that the next last week's high was 1329. I wish the next highs had been up here at 16 on that weekly chart, but so it may not be dynamic enough. That's all. The MGIH. Let's take a look at this one. MGIH, the same thing. You've got a high right there, 175. Well, that was, yeah, I had to take out that high. Yeah, again, I just think there could be too much resistance. Meanwhile, speaking of, I excuse me, I almost took it, but I didn't do it. SMCI. I was watching this right here as it was sort of toying around the VWAP, and I thought, well, okay, maybe take some. And boy, what a pop! I mean, 36 to 37, fairly quickly. I see that SpaceX is now really ripping for a lot of you. It's a great comeback. Next high in a monthly chart is way up there at 170. Now, QMCO. I mentioned this one a little earlier. This is actually another. This is another AI play. Well, it was always an AI play. It was in addition to being an AI play yesterday. You can see the buy flag yesterday. You can see the buy flag right there. That is the AI alert today. So 2 days in a row, and it's virtually the same idea that happened yesterday. You could have taken the stock on the first alert, would have made a little bit of money. But then I'm not talking about today. And then it hit the stop yesterday, came halfway between the stop and the original alert price, and then just took off. Not saying the same thing exactly is going to happen in terms of taking off, but there was the alert 2098, hit the stop at 2035, halfway between 2098 and 2035 is 2067, and there's a dollar move off that. So sometimes just wait for reentries. Yeah, I mean it's a now it looks like Wendy's. I mean Wendy's may. Again, first of all, will it hold the VWAP? That's the big thing. It's coming into the VWAP. Will it hold it? It tried a couple of maybe 30 minutes ago. Came into it, popped off it, trying it again, and all about call it a rumor. Possible Pelts play. Wall Street Journal. Just because. Yeah, I mean, Wendy's. So this is for real. This is not fake news, okay? Wendy's saying that it would review any proposals submitted by Trian. I think they own 16%. Yeah, 16% of the company already. So it's not fake news, okay? It is news is up. Doesn't mean it's absolutely going to happen, but it is not fake news. Meanwhile, SpaceX, yeah, SPCX. You could draw. I don't draw trend lines, but if you did, you'd see this beautiful trend line right there. Every little pullback, not horrible, and hugging the VWAP the whole time. Well, not hugging it, but not getting below the VWAP at any point. So is Dan done? Nope, not yet. Oh, grumpy. Boy, this we ride is virtually an all-time low. Not quite, but it's almost a lifetime low now. We ride WRD. So remember what I was saying about this particular scan in here. What time is it now? 101. So we'll probably start to see some when we see an alert here. Usually, you're going to see some volume, like that is standing out. So I'm going to have to get rid of that. Well, just let me know if you've got to get spayed, Farrell. Okay, I know a good vet. You know, I've had this one thumbnail for some reason. I know it was active stock. Help was an active stock a few days ago, right here on the way down. Trying to recover. The next high, 1161. But, look at the chop. Look at all how choppy it was. I mean, it's trying to make a nice move now, but is it over? A lot of shares available. 2.74 million to short at Interactive Brokers. All right, Poe, you're going to try a little dip on BOAS, BOAS. It's not that. What is it? You've got the wrong symbol. Okay, well, yeah, good base right here. I guess you could put your stop around 65 cents, I guess. Pretty good base right here. Okay, guys. Now I may be interrupted by a couple of phone calls. Okay, just to let you know, but anticipating a couple of calls coming in. But until then, let's go over my home page. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, it has been changed. Yes, okay, so here's the promo code, back to the old promo code, okay? Hopefully you guys took advantage of the 25% if you were wanting to take out a subscription. Right now, though, it's Barry 15. You can get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade ID subscription. Doesn't matter which you pick, be it our standard or our premium service. I'll ask, use my code, whatever it is, please. If you do, it really helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and, of course, the main room right here. Company tracks the use of the codes, so if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. So there's the trading room right here. So if you're in YouTube, probably hardly anybody, but if is anybody, come over to this room if you're looking for a lot more interaction with other traders. This room is open at call it around 7 o'clock Eastern time in the morning. So you can come in during the pre-market and interact with plenty of other traders during the pre-market. I don't do that. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. So thank you for William and maybe Chris. It all depends who gets there first to open the room. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. So if you keep scrolling down after you've clicked on my homepage link, keep scrolling down. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education, click on the more info. A couple of reasons. If you've just taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas, mandatory you do this. 12 short videos to get you. Okay, so you cannot. Okay, thank you, William. So 12 short videos to get you started. And that's mandatory. If you take out a subscription, if you don't have a subscription and you're wondering about the product, start off with that second video, go to the end, should give you an idea, a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. You don't like it, just unsubscribe after a month, okay? Back to basics. This is for you if you're new to trading. Free series of videos, 15 of them if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, races, etc., click on my homepage link, scroll down, click on the view scans. So here's what you can see. The biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. Halts resumes is down here. Upside versus downside movers right here. And then I've got sort of the two versions of the daily trend reversals. This is what you'd see, what we call the repeating version. You see how the stock symbols are repeated. Here you'll only see it one time. And I like that. I can go back in time and say, okay, what happened from that alert? Okay, so we had an alert for SCKT at 10:41 time. The price was 159. You click on it, and I know it worked very well for a while anyway. But that's the idea of that's what DR stands for. Don't repeat. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. And then these are 4 other scans. I do not have them up and running right now, but you can certainly take a look at them and ask me questions about them if you want. And you can ask me questions all day long. Both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So, please ask questions. And William says he cannot keep the room open. So when I leave around 2 o'clock, always later, if there are questions, that's when I have to shut down both rooms. Again, these are a couple of ETFs, SMCL, SMCI. What's more volume? 2 million in that one. About the same. And then if you thought, this will be William's favorite, if you thought that it was going to eventually stop going up, you could buy this SMCZ. Look at the volume, big volume. So remember what this does. If you thought SMCI was finally going to stop moving up, you could buy this one. And if SMCI, the stock, starts moving down, this will start to move up. Boy, SMCI, what a great earnings release, 18%. Remember, this is a double move. Okay, guys, see if there's anything interesting happening. Another halt, RMCF. Probably that's it for it. Yeah, another halt on the way down. I know I talked about this one. I can't remember exactly when. I'm not sure if it was when it was coming into the VWAP. Did I say double N? Jewel on the bounce. Okay, Poe, let's take a look at JWEL. Well, I hope, I don't know what you're doing with it right now. There's the VWAP. Hopefully, if you're hanging on, it goes through the VWAP for you. Ooh, how did you get it? I'm just looking at the spread. What was the spread like when you got it? $3, 316 now. What was the spread like when you got it? Hmm. Hub G. Let's take a look at Hub G. See what I'm talking about? See the volume burst? I mean, it wasn't completely stagnant up to that point, but you see the volume burst. Remember, there's a volume burst component in these two scans in the compare in the upside versus downside movers. When's the next holiday? I know, Labor Day. Actually, it's not that far away. Cannot believe, people say, where did the summer go? We didn't have a summer here, really. Well, okay, let me cheer on Poe, JWEL. Wow, fantastic. Well, I maybe. Just give me a moment, please, guys. Oh, sorry, guys. I was a long call. I just have one quick call. Okay, another quick call, and I'll be right back. All right, guys. I am now back for the well. What time is it now? 1:37. Okay, so what happened here? I have an alert for yeah. So the GMRS. I was kind of keen about it. I saw it basing and everything. It showed up on the reversal scan, but as I said before, when you look at it, you see. To me, there's too much potential resistance to move up near term anyway. Wow, BANL. You guys are talking about BANL. Well, yeah, all the volume came here on that. This is almost like a news halt, but it wasn't. It was a volatility halt, right? Yeah, it was a volatility halt, but it took a while to open. Yeah, and in fact, it wasn't really a multiple. So you see, 10, 34. So it wasn't really a multiple of five. There it is here too. And there's the AIoT. I'm not taking it. Is it going to be? Yeah, it really hasn't moved. I mean, there's the original alert at 3,309. Yeah, 317 now. But you never know though. Later on in the day, it might. I mean, there's the next high, 336. I mean, it's possible. All right, guys. Well, it's 1:40, so I'll probably be taking off in 20 minutes or so, unless there are questions. So if you have any questions, I can always hang around for questions. How about this one, XHLD? It's had a great. This was last week, right? So 81 cents. got up to 541, closed down here at 279. You know what? Trying to take out that high, 544. And you can see takes out that high. The next high looking left is 562. You know, William, I looked at Apple, Meta, and on my phone, I've got a bunch of stocks that I just every now and glance at. And man, I mean, Meta or Met you and Apple, and boy, I mean, I would almost try to figure out a way. If I weren't doing this, I might just take a look at those four stocks and just figure out a way to trade them every day. And sort of like what you do with Tesla, but using the company ETF. Fact, 1921. I mean, that is the next low on for the two-time bull. Well, look at the volume that just came in. Look at the selling volume that just came in. Selling volume meaning orange, and it's moving down. Hmm. And the market, so the SPY now, so it had that basically a fairly lengthy downtrend, but now it's sort of basing just over the VWAP, just over the VWAP right now. Oh boy, I may regret not taking this AIoT. There's a no, not really. IMTE. Let's take a look at this one. See if there's a big volume spike. Yeah, look at that. Look at the volume spike right there, guys. This is one that's under $1. Could be a post special. IMTE through the 200-day moving average of 39%. Thanks, Elias. Yeah, I'm just as happy shorting the bull one of these stocks as long as it's they're usually pretty cheap also. Instead of trying to remember, okay, what's the long one? What's the short one that you buy if it's going down? What's the long? I'm getting used to now because they all have shorts available on those bull company ETFs. But thank you. Look at the volume that on that 5 minute. So it's traded a million shares. Until then, it was it traded hardly anything, and that's the BANL. And now it's cascading downwards. How's EBS doing in terms of a volume spike? Yeah, you see the volume spikes right there, EBS. And the same thing can be on the way down too. Not so much in this case. Boy, what a pretty nice pattern on the way down. Just a couple little jogs here and there, but for the FRVO on the wave. Oh, does Help have earnings tomorrow? Okay, again, I have it thumbnailed. We have it that they had on the 6th, so maybe we were wrong. But what happened on the 6th? We have it here. Hmm. Oh, I'm on the wrong stock. Sorry. You know what? Our I don't like the way our news is now because it's only giving me today. And the reason I used our news is because I could go back in time a few days and see the news, unless I really stretch it out. There's a big change, guys, in our the way our news is. I liked our news not for not for today necessarily, but so I could quickly see what happened. You know what? This is how come this keeps going back down to Sibin. Well, that's what it's called. Okay, I thought it was called Help. I see. Okay. Yeah, it looks like our provider is wrong. Because I am able to go back in my Interactive Brokers headline, and on the 6th, yeah, but don't see anything as a release. So yeah, our provider is obviously wrong. So William, are you literally leaving when I leave? Like if I leave at 2 o'clock, that's it? Okay. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. So did anybody, Ozzy, are you still in the room? Did you go, anybody go over and listen to Dan during his hour? And if you did he shed any more light on the money machine, when or if it's ever going to be launched to for real-time trading or any other nuggets that he might have dropped? If anybody listened to Dan? See this another big volume burst, guys. NTST, big volume burst right there. Ooh, this is on the move here, guys. This XHLD, the high right there, the monthly high is 562. It's a little bit above that. The next monthly high is way up there at 1387. Let's see, 567. I'm just looking at the bid ask. Well, thank you, Trader. Okay, Trader 77. Not sure when when it's going to be released, but said more people will able to have access at that time. Okay, thank you. It's Trader 77 from our YouTube room. Very soon. Okay, thank you. I think you know what Dan's very soon could mean. Might be very soon. Wow. So the BANL just yeah, Trader. Yes, yes. We need a new definition for very soon. Yeah, so there's the BANL resumed, then it halted almost immediately. Actually, it got halted on the way up. Interesting. You know, I traded this one yesterday. I think I was a little loss on this one. I can't remember if this was the one I took a little loss on or I got flat. This is what I wanted to happen yesterday for Hertz HTZ. Earnings play back here. Okay, guys, getting close to the end here for me, unless there are questions. So if there aren't going to be any questions in the next couple of minutes, again, I always like to sign off by thanking everybody for all the help all day long, and that the main room will be open at around 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, maybe a little earlier, but not by me, by William or Chris. YouTube, I open around 9. Not trying to discriminate against YouTubers. It's just that I have no way to in the main room. William can moderate at least. So if there's anything that has to be looked at, William can do it. I have nobody can do that for me in YouTube. Okay, interesting, AB. Well, it seemed to be confirmed, yeah, when I did the stocks like this, because certainly NBIS had several breaks at the 5 minute. I wonder why. Even though when Pepe did the question, it said it would be alerted every time. Cran, which 4 stocks would I like to trade? Oh, I see. You're talking about if I weren't doing this, so it would be no, not the stock, but the company ETF. So because they've lots of range over the last several months. But Meta, so MetU, what are the other ones? Microsoft. So definitely these two, Microsoft and Meta. I can't remember what the ETF is for company ETF is for Microsoft, but Microsoft, Meta, Apple to some extent. I would say, as I'm looking at, I would probably, if I only had two, I would pick Microsoft and Meta. But I'm talking about the company ETFs, okay, not the stock itself. What is the company ETF for Meta or for Microsoft? I will look that up. So we have MSFC. I just have to. There are several of them. I want to see what has more volume. MSFD. Probably, and Granite has MSFL. Take a look at those ones. Those are the longs. So not a lot of volume in this one. So maybe the direction has more volume. Let me. No volume on that one. I think these are sort of a newcomer to all this. So that one had. This is only. Oh, this is a bear. Let me look again. Yeah. Yeah, MSFU. Thank you. Yes, MSFU. There's got to be a lot. Yeah, there's more volume on that one. So I would look at these. Yeah, this one and the spread is like 2 cents, so that's perfect. It's just, and again, the reason for doing this is that the stock is a lot cheaper, or well, this is a company ETF, a lot cheaper than the stock itself. You get double the move. So yeah, I probably just concentrate on MSFU right now, and the other one though, which is really good, is Micron. Has been really, really an active stock, an active. Yeah, I mean, look at that, 15%. I mean, this is. So maybe I would add that one to the list. So probably Yeah, so probably MSFU, William. MSFU, MUU, and Meta and METU. These are all longs, but you can short them too. And just figure out a way to. For the last little while. I mean, they've all had great ranges. I mean, Oracle's another one. Take a look at Oracle. Yeah, I mean, it's Oracle the stock 5% move with that's sort of, well, I don't know what the float is, but it's billions. Do I yeah, do I like Hertz overnight if I were dreaming? Well, yeah, I mean, look at the monthly chart. Certainly on the monthly chart and the weekly chart, there's room. I wouldn't do it, but if somebody said, well, you have to figure out a way to trade Hertz as a swing, well, you've got a lot. You've got room on the weekly chart anyway. All right, guys, it's 2:04, so I think that is about it. I have when I leave, I have to shut the room down. William will not keep the room open today. So again, I'll just reiterate, thanks for all the help, everybody. I'm going to shut down YouTube right now. So YouTubers, I'll be on live on the mic at around sometime between 9 and 9:15 tomorrow morning. So have a great evening for the YouTubers. Now the same